Well, hello everybody. Happy weekend. My name is La Vida, virtual life. Don, what are you doing awake? It must be well past midnight for you. Probably the little boy's been up, huh? Good. We're gonna try to finish this game, although it'll probably be a long stream. I think you'll probably be asleep by the time we finish. I just took a rest because I had a wedding reception that I sang for quite a few hours this morning. Made some money. Had a really nice time. I hope you guys had a good day too. Ooh, I'm tired though. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Gina, how are you holding up?
Oh,
I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shudders now.
Ginny, are you all right? Why aren't you saying anything? Oh, what's the point, eh? Why go through all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, but...
Oh, you couldn't sleep? Well, it's good to see you, Don. It's lovely to see you. You finally get the kids to sleep and you can't even rest? Such is the life of a hard-working mom.
Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You still can't think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Oh. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Oh, alright then. It was after we'd had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and I went down to the streets 2-1 to Wendy Bank's place. I had to know.
Too much on your shoulders at the moment. Of course there is. You've been working your tail off. You've been working your butt off. If Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of Baskerville?
I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes don't like. Something we don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windy Bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Windy Banks?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea it was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the old oil lamp on the counter a bit of a whack. And that's when...
What do you think you're doing?
Oh! I nearly died. I did. And the next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what.
You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The manuscript, have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you, a story?
I beg your pardon?
The Hound of Basker something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Too much on your shoulders. Oh, okay, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Bang.
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there all right, the metal script. The chums weren't lying after all. You did this all just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers
arriving on the scene, yes. What was that?
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry.
Well, I'd better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I've come with you and...
Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked into the back of the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got in a bit of a scrap and I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang. I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Windybank might come for you?
Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner. Oh. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
Funny in your head, huh? That must be when you passed out, Gina.
Oh. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it would make things even worse for me. Aw. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Oh. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict. Yeah, see? Yeah. I still remember he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow.
Oh.
Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. Where is everyone? Oh, probably doing homework or something. I don't know, sweetie. It's okay. I'm having fun. I get to talk to you. Although I know you probably need to go to bed, huh?
You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Oh. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We took you on a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that Elsa made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Runo.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend,
Ryonosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest.
I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely.
Oi!
But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. Cool music. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Oh, even though I'm a diver and a no-good lawyer.
You're not like McGill did. I know that.
Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris.
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly. Mr. Narrow Aldo,
Uno when? We can do some Uno sometime. Hey, Liam. Good to see ya. It's gonna be a long stream, I think.
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you. We can do some Uno. This is gonna be a pretty long stream, I think. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting it all their faith in you. And yeah, I'm gonna try to beat the game today. This is the last case. This is it, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Oh, I hope you're watching over me too, Tortoise-san. Beat a sing cowboy song in wedding. No, I didn't. I sang some country, but not in the wedding. It was the reception. I had fun, actually. Yes, Krabs. I am tired, though. Oh, I am very tired. There's a lot of singing today, but it was fun. It was nice. But there were no girls around my age, unfortunately. They were all really young or married or very old. I was like, dang it. 17th of April, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
I hereby call this court to order. We resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. The old ones are grabs, though, Scott. They're what, Liam? They're what? I know, you like the moms, don't you, Liam?
I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson, prescience of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building.
Oh, thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Jal is very happy. He lost money game.
Got him. I got him.
Vita 35, 34. 34. I'll be 35 in April. Oh my god, I'm getting old. Did you have a good day, Mr. Krabs? Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. That's not his real name.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord. And as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all of this is about.
34. Pretty old, though. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about having me been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation, indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon.
You're 35? Aww. With a couple of kids and a nice guy. Yeah. Well, I'm a bit behind you in that department. Unfortunately. That's how 35 should be. With a nice family. But not me. I got Mama Vita, that's enough.
You will respond to the accusation made and you answer under oath.
Dave's 39? Yeah, but he's a stud, man. Dave's a stud.
Gladly, my lord, gladly.
Why is he dancing? Why is he dancing? The accusation.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into a place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
Scaramouche.
So you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and your great British justice system demands the jury will be upheld.
Then it would seem we have a misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If following the defense's cross-examination your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea, some small consolation at least.
You like Xenoblade 3? I really like Trials of Mana, Krabs, it's good. I haven't had enough time to play much, but I streamed a little bit. It was fun. It's good, dude.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yeah. Oh, baby, my rap's got skills. I'm judging rap, yeah.
So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Dave is a baldy stud. Yes, he is. He's a big ol' stud, dude. That's all right. Being baldy, everybody loses hair at some point. You know. Or is it Mr. Graydon?
My apologies, you are...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer, we have met.
If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So...
I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do.
All right. All right. Let's see what his statement is.
Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time.
Okay.
But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Oh, it definitely was. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. You haven't lost hair? I'd say mine's a little thinner, Don. It used to be thick. But mine's probably a little bit thinner. So I wouldn't say tons of... I need a haircut is what I need. I think Mama Vita found a place I can donate my hair, actually. Like 10 inches of it. It's pretty long now. I think I have long enough hair to donate. So that's kind of fun. You know?
Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has possibly identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants.
Every individual's blood is a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate between blood samples by...
Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway?
Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective.
So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective.
A great detective, you say? Tsk, now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Oh.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What, me?
No. Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I made it up to you with this. How many times I have got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Skulky. You look good, huh? Oh, thank you, sweetie. Damn, Daniel! Damn, Daniel! What a meme, dude. You brought it way back. That's an old meme, dude. With the white vans, Coma. With the white cheeseburger buns. Bro, what is that? What kind of burger is that, Coma? I'm looking. That looking like a yummy burger. What's in there? Shrimp or something? What the heck's in that burger, bro? So like octopus? Don't cut your hair. I know girls seem to like my hair longer, but ever since I've been at the cancer hospital, there's been a lot of people that don't have much hair, so I feel like it would be nice to donate it, you know? Plus, I've had long hair for like 10 years. I'm seriously probably have had it for like 10 years. This is the longest I've ever had it, though, so I want to get rid of it. Please don't cut your hair, hon. Sorry. Yeah, Molly would have killed me, too, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to chop it off. I'm going to have a really short hair for a while, but it'll grow back. Barbecue bacon. Oh, it sounds really good. That sounds so good right now. The wedding today had a food truck that everybody got to eat from, but they didn't invite me to eat, so I felt bad. So I just sang, and I didn't have any lunch. I should have gotten some, but they didn't invite me, so I didn't want to step on. And they were paying me quite well. So I was like, all right, well, we'll just go home and get food at home. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Hey, good blimey, Governor, you would?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that with the court?
Hey, me thoughts? I don't have none of them. Must have been him.
You would? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. Please don't cut your hair, hon. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm sorry. You'll have to find another long-haired singer. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. I ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... oh, L's bells, baby.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that?
What?
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm.
My lord.
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations.
Ha! We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet in the wall, the person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand is as if in pain.
No, I refuse.
Huh?
You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. He done it. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where the fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winniebank's pawnbrokery?
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to the court record, Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Yeah, no, he was definitely there. Because we were there with him.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
I'm a dog. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed.
Bum 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 bum. Press. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident.
Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
No, you were there to redeem an article.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Is that Roy?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. No. Very caring, hon. Well, yes, I will probably not look as handsome, I suppose, with shorter hair. But that is the reason that I'm going to donate my hair, yes. And also, I haven't had short hair for a very long time, so I'm kind of looking forward to it, honestly. Because I don't know how long your hair is, Don, but I don't know how girls and boys take care of their long hair. It's so annoying to take care of, man. It's so annoying to take care of. I don't like it. I mean, I like it, but, you know.
Blech.
Anyway, damn, Daniel. Barbecue bacon burger sounds delicious right now. Coma, you're making me hungry. Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Hey, come again, sunshine.
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon?
Oh. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You young Japanese assistant, the accused, all present as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now.
Huh?
I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must.
I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
What's going on here?
Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras at Holy installed in Windybanks?
Yes, of course.
Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop the afternoon in question.
At no point have I denied that fact.
Huh?
I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
Oh. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? He's a copper. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware of the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. It seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it, after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with it at Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what kind of tiny scrap of information can become a valuable weapon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bum bum bum. Oh, I know what we need. I don't even need to look. Bum 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 bum. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. That's not true. We better save here. Better save here. Because I've got something that I think he wanted. The music box disc.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon?
Why is it supposed to mean something?
This disc was until the day of his murder in pawnbroker Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon?
As if I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life.
It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on this disc.
Ah, yes. Resulting from the abrasion of the thumb, perhaps?
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations.
Eh?
So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the thumb on the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon.
Eh?
You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse us to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc.
Oh. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb? From what you attempted to take the disc from the defendant?
Order, well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse.
What are you trying to say?
It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn?
What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder.
No, it definitely does. 'Cause you done it. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
There's a note on the disc saying former gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accuser, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question.
I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord, the one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
He's a sleazy one, this boy. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name out here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pond on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks.
It is funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared the afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please!
Alrighty, let's do this. The disc.
There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accuser, that filthy little gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Yes, it was.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right, this was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me. Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made into his testimony seems to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
Oh. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
Oh. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
Well, it would appear the inspector has revealed all that he's liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop that same night.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really?
Objection!
Oh, really? This disc was deposited at Mr. Windybanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Conjecture again, and in any case the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true.
What?
Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windy Banks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves.
Ah.
There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windy Banks Pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
Oh. Yeah. This is the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited?
The article deposition description reads 1 small box.
A rather vague
description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box?
I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft.
That is a good point.
Ah, indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeg? What?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windy Banks Pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
Huh?
Good grace.
Inspector, show the photographic prints into court if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained using the plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves in which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on April 13th to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop out front. Now, what I have here is a print taken from one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April.
Oh, the victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And there we have another print. This one was taken 2 hours after the incident.
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we've considered theft as one possible motive in the case. We've explored the possibility of something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same numbers are present in both.
Huh.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night of question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. See.
I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he'd stolen Mr. McGilded's pawn box.
Oh, put him on, baby. I might have been able to break him down
I might be able to break him down at last.
You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be something hidden, discrepancy between these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Oh man, I don't know. Let's look at the. Let's use the stereoscope. Let's use a stereoscope. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court's record to identify the discrepancy.
Hey,
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the 2 points?
The stereoscope.
Take that, baby!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically.
ooh, yes, you've got the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Juror number 3, what a surprise.
Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us.
Ooh.
There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
There is something missing. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints.
What?
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Oh. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. Oh.
Well, it looks like right back there. Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
The box has been moved. Yeah, the box has been moved. When you view these 2 prints stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box.
Let me wait. Oh, unbelievable. Oh.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGildy's small box was indeed not stolen from Winniebanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and returned it to its place on the shelf.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGildy is in fact?
Yep, the very same small box identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was?
Huh?
So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but alright, McGildy's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Oh, I think so, yes. I think so. It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can this possibly be?
The crucial point is the fact that whatever was moved in that small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box.
What are you suggesting?
Oh. I'm suggesting that we need to examine the box as soon as possible. The vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winniebanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant in this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeke. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once, obtain the small box in question, and bring it back here for further examination. Oh, get it. Go, get it real good. Box it up. Yeah. Van Zeeks, I don't agree. We need that box, you see. My case is on the brink, and now I gotta go fish it in the sink. Yeah, whoa, Judgy, in the house. Yeah. Rap God. Yeah. Santa Claus. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. How disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks.
This is not but the smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Racist?
What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted within the same line of reasoning from the very beginning that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGildy from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth selling in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property.
Oh. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGildy perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society, his reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense.
Huh? The article this upstanding member of society pawned off was entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such a thing to me.
That's a lie. He's a liar.
You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if the jewels, but you can't deposit cash in a pawnbrokery. I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Hadouken! To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Well, are you able to show proof that this disc box are any tangible way related to this case?
Well,
What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both pieces of evidence.
yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know that McGill is true character, and we know the disc is significant, even though we don't know why. But if we can explain this all to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? And that's why he's doing this now, because he's anticipated everything?
But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry, what do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Uh-huh. Alright, the exact significance of things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Whitney is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? I think we have to have Gina testify. Yep, I think we do. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Mr. Windybanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all.
Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing, in particular the impact it will have on the accused's standing and indeed your own.
I have.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Ah, very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Yes, then I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish.
All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Runo.
Oh, boy. The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. are intimately related with this omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in the courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden.
Eh?
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are again, the same players in that trial facing off each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade,
Eh?
would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell?
Oh,
Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury.
Better than murder.
Oi.
And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Oi. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Irish, we're on your side. Oi. All right then. I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it.
I'll sip some water real quick. Been singing all morning and now I got voice acting. I'll do my best.
I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pond articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we've been hitherto unaware.
Oh.
So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statement.
This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take the risk.
Yeah.
The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair from the roof deck went off to call the cops, the slops. That's when McGill had slipped a diver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch nothing, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court. in an effort to cover up for most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in the trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
That's not true. Lawyers are supposed to get their clients off.
That McGilda fella was rotten to the core, just like the pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't do nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop the lies of the stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequence they deem appropriate. What are you talking about? You didn't know anything about this. And you're a lawyer, your job is to try to get people off the cases, even if they're guilty. Frickin' Disney-looking Disney shiz right here, dude.
The power of the truth will prevail.
It's not how real life works. Christ almighty. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's Pond articles must be brought to light.
Oh, very well, my learned student friend.
Huh?
Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord?
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with your cross-examination.
It would actually be Van Zeek's turn to cross-examine the witness, but I guess that doesn't how this game works, huh? I have no idea what to do. I think we'll just press on every statement, maybe? I don't really know. Let's find out.
Truth is, the Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin the omnibus the whole time.
And you were hiding under the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats?
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilda was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilda and the victim acquaintances?
I dunno. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind?
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. Then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream?
Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor.
You saw the disc on the floor?
I saw the disc on the floor.
How low on the floor?
All the way to the floor.
Was it round and gold?
It was round and gold.
Was it made or sold?
It was made and sold.
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I dunno, but McGilda picked it up pretty smart-ish. And then he sat on the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I've seen or heard, not to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too.
Oh.
Then he started asking me loads of questions, like what my name was and where I lived, and that he asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me head and a pair on the roof went off to call the slops.
Hold it! There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right.
Bum bum.
I must have looked down through the skylight and noticed Cove with me knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled the horses and McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
Ah. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard a cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver? Yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe.
Oh!
A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did Mr. McGilda and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilda slipped the diver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Well, the driver. That pawn shop obviously being Windybanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony to the trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was on the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remembered thinking, that coat and what's in it's got to be worth a few bob.
Yeah, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed him some brass in his face. He went off running off like a lick, off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Press. Threatened you? How exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to escape if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was another thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his own overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Oh! Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face the charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use that time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. It's like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Alright. So we need to press her. I mean, I already did, but... I don't know, let's just try this one. Yeah. We've already read this. Can I pursue those two?
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon.
Well, well! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of one of that disc that was rightfully mine.
But they're clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina, as if they've been negotiating. Oh. Oh.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as of yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Miss Gilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited, why should I not have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking there ain't no crime.
Huh. My lord.
The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Ooh.
Bum 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 bum. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, baby. Well, I think I would like to finish. It could be a long episode, but I think I would like to finish the case. Yes, I do. Save my progress, of course. I think I would like to finish the case. This has got to be the end, right? Somewhere in here? I hope there's not like 5 more episodes. God. This is definitely the longest case by far, as is usually the case in Phoenix Wright games. Sorry, Ace Attorney games.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Windy Bank's murder, the only item on the shelves was this touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Oh, it's a player for the disc. Oh.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume it is the device for the playback of these discs, my lord.
Oh boy.
So, here we have the means to play Mr. McGilda's disc deposited at Windy Bank's much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim by the omnibus.
But why? For heaven's sake. Are we to understand that this brickmaker was trying to sell his music box disc to McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Wait, my lord.
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that if it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened,
the prosecution has no objections. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Okay. No further delays, please. Play the disc.
oh boy, what do we got here? Sounds like Morse code or something.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in irregular sequence.
Huh. Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. It's just I am, bitches. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It certainly can't be, can it?
Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Hell no. Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music be emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Oh, definitely. I would guess it sounds like Morse code, maybe. I don't know, maybe. I believe it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing that's bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me these.
Oh.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is probably not meant to be music. I mean, I can't be 100% sure, but it's a code. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Huh? Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well,
surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
Runo, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it is not broken at all.
Really?
Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Huh. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one in the music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. It is. It's Morse code from the from the woman and the juror. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it all pointing towards one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof, no tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box disc is what? What? I have no idea. Bullet, pouch, disc, stereoscope, photograph, Gina, Skulkin, Windy Bank gun, floor plan, photograph, autopsy report? I don't think so. Today's paper? Oh. Oh yeah, maybe. Article about secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Maybe. That's looking kind of sussy. I should probably save, but I think this might be the answer. Of course, I'm not sure, but
Take that!
maybe.
Today's paper, counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Highly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams.
Of course.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, this is not a very familiar sound.
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more of a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
Well, but I don't believe it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Order, please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I'd have to expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information in hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important list lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the Discord to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if he got the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous.
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Eh?
The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Respond to the accusations brought by the defense.
Oh, delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank, that being a most litigious offense.
Flagitious offense? The frick does that word mean? Let's look it up. Flagitious. Formal. Villainous. Criminal. Ah, that's a new word for me. Maybe you guys are smarter, but flagitious. Flagitious means criminal or villainous. Huh. That's a good word. Flagitious.
For which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then let us proceed. You may...
You got to let us have a rabbit in pocket, Governor. We've got things to say.
I beg your pardon, who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin, occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we aren't baddies enough to sell our motherland.
That's right, we what they call the Three Skulkin Bros.
Eh? Bad timing, fellas, very bad timing.
Yeah, we the Bad Skulkin Brothers.
Graydon's counter.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done here is break into the gaff the other night like what was he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. Skulkin?
What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov, we did!
Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Ugh. Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit into the court record as evidence.
Okay. Okay. Should probably look at it, I suppose. I suppose we should probably look at the old chap, the old box, the old bits and bobs, as my ex would say. Let's take a look. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone, but this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music will make the same sound.
I've never seen a music box like it before. Yeah, it's strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely.
And don't call me Shirley.
What's this?
Oh, what is it, Runo?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then, here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play on the back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Oh, really? Two discs, eh? Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also produces a single tone like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth in the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. That's very intriguing here. Alright, very intriguing here. I'm going to sip some water real quick. Forgive me, chat. Ba ba bum bum ba bum ba bum bum ba bum ba bum bum ba bum.
A Munich communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential secrets. Government's information. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
Oh, really? They're not?
To anyone with a brain, it would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box even for a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining these in different ways, you construct letters.
Two tones. So we need two discs. I see.
For example, this is an A, and this is a B. But when you listen to the sounds produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No!
Ha 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 ha. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Oh, stop.
Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box? We could, but I don't know if we have the, I don't know if we have the other disc to use it. So I don't know. Seems impossible. Bump bump. Well, we could try it. There's still every possibility the music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code 2 tones require dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense's hypothesis to put forward.
Oh,
You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Well, it's the bottom law.
Oh, what is it, Bruno?
Yeah, we just did it. Yeah. Oh, I already read this.
Got it!
Got it, bitches. The number one ace attorney from Nippon, baby. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box?
What?
oh.
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds will play at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, short dot and long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Bump 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 bump.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry.
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
I can't at the moment.
and may I remind the court that the witness has pointed out he was not the one in the omnibus when Mr. McGill did 2 months ago striking a deal with the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Huh?
Though it has holes, I must admit an argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examinations could continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon?
If I must, though I must maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
Yeah, we'll press this.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me!
An old China. Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Oh, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have right old left together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean, yeah, look at him now and fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't have had believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a labory one. He had brains, he had savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas that would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, that ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton's Skulkin Milk Run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in the courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Plus, you got a bottle of wine you've been chucking all around the... Is that blood in there? You've been sucking off virgin blood of there, Governor. You're the one of there, Mr. Fancy Pants Lawyer, who needs to go. You be chucking bottles of wine into the crowd. You even struck an infant. Look, it's got a little dent in its head. Hey, he's got a dent in his head. Yes, he does, brother.
How dare you? I was just throwing my wine for celebration.
He's a crazy nutter, that one. Yes, he is, brother. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is prepared to accompany you down your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Oh, I would say so. I would say so. Yeah. My lord?
Yes, counsel?
The brother's last statement, sentimental statement, could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony in detail. Briefly, I hasten to add...
Sure, say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'.
Skulkin's never skulkin'. Okay.
Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run. Go, them were the days.
Hold it!
Press it. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that, some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Maybe, I don't know, the name? The model? I've no idea. Maybe the name? I don't know. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it. Look at my pear. I can barely believe it. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, Governor. Yes. I'm on a diet. As you can see, I'm kind of chubby. Yeah. That's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought a clever cook like you would have worked that out. That is...
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't...
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying?
Eh.
Tell me, why is it that only at the mention of the name Milverton did you decide to interject?
Because
It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, the old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash would always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon ever since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Oh, shit. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born as Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated. Let's go. What a skank.
All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in serious matter of national security.
Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGildet.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to making us headway with this cross-examination here could be those two brothers.
Fruit's the best, baby. Oh, good Troy Nash, fruit is the best indeed.
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop!
Let me guess. Juror number 5?
We regular communication officers aren't lowly as you're being held to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting and testing telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop.
Oh, so you had access to equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages sent are encrypted, enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Oh. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop.
She's fangirling, yo. But she shouldn't. He's a criminal.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
I don't know. I don't know what we do now.
It was some low-class brickery negotiating McGildet anyway, was it not? Of no relation to this man.
Is that right? Is that right? Aha! Mason Milverton was the name of the victim. Well, I've heard that name before. So you do know Mr. Mason, you little lion skank?
Objection!
He's a lawyer.
This is a pretty fun case. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Oh. Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGildet...
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father.
Oh!
God damn, we got the link. The new facts and new evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of the music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music boxes to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I should have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. I shouldn't have.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in the pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of Skulkin Brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Hey! We never know nothing about that.
On the night Mr. Windybank was killed, the music box was moved. The intruder, the pawnbroker, touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why only one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since it were to fall in the wrong hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all of this actually began on that fateful night, 2 months ago?
Oh. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Oh? Ah? Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
Oh, what? Oh.
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
Oh. He's good you know, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Oh, tss.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves.
Huh?
Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yeah, I'm slippery like a fox, baby. As good as my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Good goodness!
Hey? That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Oh.
The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
Hold it.
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide that fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself as a communications station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
That the possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes a key witness in the case. My hands firmly around the neck of your client.
Whoa, shiz. Dude, there's some crazy thunder outside. Did you hear that on stream? Holy mother, dude. It scared the piss out of me. What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment this pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the floor, poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You what? He's lying.
Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon,
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh. Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me a greater
Pleasure. I am evil.
The moment of the shooting.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
No, she didn't. What a lie, bro.
Good gracious, this is quite an extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now.
Huh? The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. Accused? And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood spattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. all over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If a coat could somehow be shown in to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently a German scientist had developed a technique to identify human blood. I use it on all of my virgins to make sure they have no STDs before I drink from their necks. Yes, I love eating the virgin blood, but not with STDs. I do not want some syphilis in my wine cocktail. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here in science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand.
Who?
In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. Hadouken! We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
Huh. This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over in front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
But it's a different color blood. It's totally different color. Yeah. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That's the stain from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGildet, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
It's raining hard right now outside, bro. It's crazy. This weather is nuts here.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel?
Yes, my lord?
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Come on, bro. It's so obvious. The jury would never convict with this. There's completely reasonable doubt already shown here. Come on, bro. Freaking stupid.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see through the peephole of the door, though. The accuser in a black coat shot the man in back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Yeah, right, bro. There's no way. There's no freaking way. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon.
But there's a murder weapon she was carrying, bro. That can't be.
Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried just leaving it there. In any case, any more tragedies took place.
Oh. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours truly. Huh. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and the Fruit told us to tidy up. Hey, thanks are bloomin' none sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Oh,
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it in any by chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
Little toe rag.
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
You little toe rag!
Excuse me.
Yeah, what's going on here? Gentlemen!
Hey, 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 hey.
Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this deed's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now?
You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why, the blazes, he said, why didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it or that flaming people in the door.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes, not hurt, are you?
Go blimey, see the way he's looking at me, I'm telling you. This D gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Grugsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Oh.
Oh, really? It was out of character, was it?
What's your feeling, Runo?
As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in the testimony at the moment.
But you have to find a way to break this man.
And quickly, too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing...
It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing blood spatter over Ginny's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't generally seen it happen.
But we know Gina hadn't shot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on?
All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives use test tubes too.
Never mind that. I have a really stark inconsistency in the testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat.
Yosh! Yosh! Irashay!
Boom, 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 boom. I have no idea. I guess we should just press. Probably, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Hold it!
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
We're just your regular mild-mannered burglars. That's all. We don't like violence,
says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella. And that soon made him scupper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you.
Sorry, Gove.
When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize it had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally anyway. It didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through the door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
Bum 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 bum. I love the music. It's so good.
I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's jaws a solid job made out of stout wood. Well, there's a small opening about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Why would she throw the gun if she had her own gun, yo?
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what on through the peephole as well?
No, not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt those two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place.
Ah. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat, she shot the man as back as trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that pickpocket girl when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
No, it was his gun, we know this. But no other gun was found at the scene.
Call me yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order.
Huh?
At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her?
Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilda was stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Uh-oh.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test we was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination's over. I presume you have no objections, counsel?
No, my lord. Need to sip some water. Bad news here. Bad news.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Jeannie Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were a result of spattering falling a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me!
It's not true. It's from the stabbing.
Twirly, twirly, spinny, spinny.
See, what did I tell you?
No, the blood on the overcoat is not Mr. Windybanks.
What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded has fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Well, dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry.
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Hadouken, your conduct shatters my shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery is what it is.
How determined whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer that question, Pop Out. It can't be done.
But, we need Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put up such faith in chemical formula advice for me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Pirosky to Starving Boy, he ran away crying.
What? What?
I held out Pirosky to Starving Boy, he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all.
How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony and the whole truth from the start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Grayson could possibly have known this fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accuser who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
No.
Oh, shit!
The jury's gonna go against me.
My lord! Being a long battle, this one, this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision.
Ready, men? All for one now?
Sir, Dukin.
Guilty.
This is bad. Bad. Bad, bad, bad.
Guilty.
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 Hadouken!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, we have to do a summation examination then.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached this unanimous verdict.
Victory is sweet, like the blood of the Virgin. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt to make an unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? What, we got a cutscene?
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem.
Huh?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice.
Am I going mad?
Ah!
Hey! Mr. Sholmes!
What is the meaning of this?
Yo, what a twist.
Order!
What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in hospital.
As well I would be, had I not been set up on an errand.
What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you would humor me... In what manner, sir? I have something of a great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Sheek?
Oh, this trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Having spent so long already, you don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would be seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 mere minutes.
Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes to disconnect, 5 minutes to reconnect, fix the case, and then you'll get your reputation back. My name is Judgy. I know all of the ways. Oh, baby bitches, yeah.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now?
All right. Am I wrong?
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray, forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part.
Right, modesty surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender Feroshki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Usato.
From Miss Usato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do this her favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Usato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means of both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, won't find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? Huh? What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
It's the cat flap door. Oh, Wagahai. You're so cute.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the Cat Flapper-Mat. It can make a cat flap and a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Usato muttered the following words before she left.
I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that?
You
really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, that night when you left Winnie Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Usato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic then? Susato-san used the cat flap-a-mat that night, but why? The cat flap-a-mat has been entered into the court record. I better look at it. I think.
Hadouken! Your 5 minutes is over.
Huh? We're out of time already?
Huh? Oh, shoot.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But that any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
Oh, I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Oh, shit. Excuse my language. I have no idea. Further cross-examination? Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine the witness now.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the existing witness.
What?
It would appear that a rather important detail escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord!
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. Oh.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd! Yes! Yes, Queen, yes!
Huh? I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit unremitting protraction of these proceedings. In other words, make it quick, bitches. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Uh-oh. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
Alright, well, it's definitely the cat flap, but what statement? A single chance to present evidence?
If following that the situation remains unchallenged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? You will not present the witness any further. Press.
My lord!
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it is high time I fell in a dead faint. Oh, I leave this in your capable hands, sir.
Mr. Sholmes! Hope he's not dead. He's fine, he's fine. Anime protagonists never die.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever.
That's another word I've never heard before. Insouciantly? Like persistently? I gotta look this up. I'm a teacher. Insouciantly. Light-hearted, unconcerned. Huh. Shit, man. How do you pronounce it? Insouciant. Insouciant. Insouciance. Insouciance, yeah. Insouciantly. Wow, never heard of that before. Nonchalant is what it means. Okay. Pog. Well, thank you for the like, whoever that was. I appreciate it. Means a lot. Should be pretty close to finishing, I think. Maybe. I don't know. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Nonchalantly. It's a good word.
Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
One evidence and one statement. It's gotta be the cat flap, right? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial.
Very well, then, under these terms I have outlined, you may resume your cross-examination.
Okay. I only have one choice here, so we gotta pick the evidence, and I would guess the evidence is the cat flap-o-mat. So we're gonna look for something that has to do with doors, and I probably should save as well, but I'm a little lazy. I don't really know. Okay, and statement number 1 doesn't have anything to do with that, really. Number 3, Nash over the counter, don't care. He shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. That is kind of sussy right here. I feel like this is probably it. It's got to be the cat flap, right?
Objection.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
What on earth is this eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to go in and out of a room. I can cut through any door you think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the door.
I'm sure we can all that work out for ourselves.
Oh,
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't to start with. There were no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
ah.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Uh-oh, did we pick wrong? Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winniebank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Soames.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in that storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself, in order to see what was inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed a crime for pity's sake?
Yeah, how could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
All right, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No!
Objection.
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yep, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with a crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? This is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alerted the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Oh. Riddle with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you have claimed to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Oh.
Yes, we did pick the right answer. We did.
Order! Is there any credence to this revelation? Oh?
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that a plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Ha ha ha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner.
Oh, it's Waggy. Oh.
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom was Dorothy Banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps in my cat flappermax creates are of fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Winnie Banks are an exact match.
Oh!
Hee hee, old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it is my learned student friend's turn to loss for words, I feed.
Huh?
I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let's assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
We have pictures. We're good. We're good.
Oh. What is the purpose of this line of inquiry, Lord Ramsey?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device, but now the perpetrator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeek. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through it.
Meow.
I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Susada-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well, the counsel for defense will present evidence to support this claim made. Proof that the people in the Lord Winnie Banks storeroom was created after the event and not before.
We should have some pictures to prove this. Let's see. Let's take a look. Yep, no people. No people. No people! We got it! It's gotta be this one, right? I totally noticed that. In the very beginning, when we were given these two, that's one of the first things I noticed. But I didn't realize it would be so crucial, but of course it is. I was looking at these two pictures. They gave us these really far back in the case. You can see the people at 1:30, and at 1 o'clock there's no people. Yep. That's the one. Right? It's gotta be, isn't it?
Take that!
Take that, bitches.
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again?
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel?
Oh, shit.
This print shows a scene at the moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded the gun in the direction of the defenseless pawnbroker.
But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. Oh, I don't believe it. That really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Oh!
Mr. Graydon,
Oh.
You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Order, order, order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond a reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
Oh.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene.
Yeah.
But more importantly,
Good Lord, there's more, Lord Van Zee?
the defense may have established a reprehensible insistence of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
No, but it definitely is reasonable doubt. Should be enough to get my girl off, at least. Come on, bro.
Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please.
No!
I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. Meow.
There's no point locking the cat door after the cat has bolted.
Isn't that right, Runo? As Holy always says.
One lie begets another.
No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court to explain your alleged inconsistency?
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements, they show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he couldn't have known anything about, namely the bloodstains, of course. Yeah, it has to be. It's gotta be. How could you have known about the bloodstains, buddy? The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in... Oh, shit. Oh, bugger.
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that's so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, pause for dramatic effect, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously ouch!
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have thoroughly examined them all. So I gave them the order to have the officers working round the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there is no way that Mr. Graydon could have gained access to this shop.
Oh.
Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door, so the fact that its existence forms the basis for your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Oh.
And yet, the fact remains Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. I'm not guilty of anything stupid, no. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh, it's not at all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Uh-oh. I'm in big buggin' trouble now. I'm in some Bonnie rubble right now.
Bonnie Rubble, what do you mean?
Bonnie rubble, it means trouble, dummy. Come on now, go. Don't you know any British slang? Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Oh.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes, but the defense believes that the details about this case Mr. Grayson claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. It's gotta be Inspector.
Who was the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
It's gotta be Gregson. Obviously, he wants the bail.
It was me, Nash Skulkin. No, it was me, Ringo Skulkin, the former member of the Skulkin Beatles.
It's gotta be Greggy. Gregsy, as he's called. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Hey, me!
Objection!
It was just me fish and chips. You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the facts. That we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Oh.
Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned?
Yep, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress he received this information, so that he could commit perjury to save his skin?
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away any details of our investigations to this fella, eh?
Huh.
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
I saw you talking. I saw you talking to him when I was witness, when I was pressing Lestrade.
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the Prawn Bakery.
Which means the first time that these two laid eyes on each other after proceeding resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view and stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Ugh.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the imposter seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
Oh, what deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
Oh, hey. I'm sure need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present the evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing the inspector demanding of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deed.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. The other music disc. That must be it.
I don't know if you do think it could be.
Yeah. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
I would guess it's the other music disc. I would guess, but I'm not 100% sure. But that is definitely my first guess.
Take that!
I think it is. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, sunshine?
Is it possible that this ordered top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
How did the bleeding oracle you...
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded is a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded possession are the leaked classified secrets.
Oh, why you bugger?
So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second disc containing these secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Oh no, I've been found out. Me Scooby Snacks. Oh.
Order, order, order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this.
I'll be taking whatever it is McGilded's down the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That's mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
Oh, my orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when presented the disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector Shirley, Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man giving false testimony?
There's no other way around that Mr. Graydon could have known about the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
No! Oh, Lee. Oh, boy.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be found in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak, in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
Huh?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed on in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes!
The defense demands the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector? Oh.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me at my profession quite enough.
Huh?
However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country government will formally demand that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about the country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
Uh-oh. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must be physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting the search of Inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else? Yeah, I feel like it's probably somebody else. Of course, I'm not sure about this, but... yeah, let's search somebody else. Yeah, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well?
Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. I've had nothing to hide. Very well, then. Bailiff! Conduct the hall!
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? What now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost there last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you.
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Huh? Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe at the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in the court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request a search now?
Susato!
No. Give me this boy Nashy. Give me this boy Nashy. Oh, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Hey, blimey! Me? Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. But do not mess with the family jewels. We still want him to have children.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector?
Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But my lord Van Ziggs.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Oh. Bailiff, carry out the search.
No, hold on a minute. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out.
Did they get it?
Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it, nothing.
Oh.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilden. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Oh. Order! Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
Golden Bennett, just Golden Flamin' Bennett. I swear I don't know nothing about the disc. Honest to gold.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was the man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
Oh. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was a full clean off it did. I was wishing I'd been born in me as me brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention that third gun when you got blasted at the station? That's what he said. He yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
Huh. The way the detective behaves was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hit it. You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
Oh, My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Hush, a top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that the information were to be revealed in court as evidence. It would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? Yes. I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Sulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense?
Oh.
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Oh. Suave. Admit to it, yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon?
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed this disc to the inspector.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective, all of this is young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what any of this is about.
You... What? He's such a sleazy weasel. That is also the name of my band, by the way, Sleazy Weasel. Album out 2035. Go to Spotify and Disney Plus. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare that this is nothing more. Oh? I am acting in the best interest of my country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice.
Huh? Oh.
So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
Oh?
I am Russia. I don't give a shit about your British justice. I just love my pet rat and my vodka.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the conclusion of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes good judge of character. Oh, even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now...
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some sort of definitive evidence right now, we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the judge to declare the decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Woo! Let's look at the evidence here for a second. I gotta sip some water too. Can I look at this music disc that they found? The second disc? No, they won't show it to me. I have no idea. I have no idea. Can't leave it to the jury. Gregson? But what evidence would I put against Gregson? Can we listen to the disc? Can we listen to the music box, maybe? I don't know. Maybe? I should probably have saved. Oh well, whatever. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Hey, what's that then?
Yeah, let's save. In case we get this wrong. Can I give you the music box? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you'll leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Mr. Graydon.
Take that!
Maybe?
Is that Mr. McGilder's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yep. With the disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel?
No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not?
Because of because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's right.
Not true, Inspector.
Hey?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message.
Oh.
We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit to the charge? That in order to protect these state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of.
Oh.
My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Hadouken, leggy! I give you my leggy! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I am a prosecutor. I am no Scotland Yard puppet.
Oh.
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. Leggy, by fair means or foul.
No! Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution have made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music box set in operation once more. Yes! Yes! This time with the second disc in place, both discs playing simultaneously.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, Morse code people.
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
Alright, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up.
Huh? Huh?
State secrets. Yo, this is a good case. Let me ask you then again, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector?
I did.
Oh! Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said when the trial resumed after recess and we were stood in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade I suggest you accept? Or information that you may make certain individuals uncomfortable with soon very public indeed.
I know who it is. It's information about the secretary, the man in pulling the strings, whatever his name was. What's his name again? Let's look. It's information about this guy. He's corrupt, I bet. What's his name again? Here it is. Male Strongheart. Yeah, he's totally evil. I knew it from the first time I saw him. Just look at him. He looks like anime villain, like totes anime villain, bro.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving him false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
Oh. I did? Well, then it turned out the peephole had only been made the night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank.
Yeah, you. On guard! Traitor!
Oh my god! What are you doing, bro? Oh!
Bailiff, restrain that man at once!
Whoa, you lost it. That's it then? It's all over? I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places.
I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places.
Oh, it's the defendant.
I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me.
What a baby.
So I set about studying to be better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could have ever imagined. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Oh, you're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
Oh. My father was a brickmaker, though. My mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. So I sought out my father once again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man than the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he would help me if I told him wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs.
Thereby splitting the information in 2, you were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with McGilded and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his trouble. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
"Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore."
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea it was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'd never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering out a swear on my father's name...
Woo, Spinny!
To exact revenge.
Revenge?
Pour me a wino, as anyone with even remotest knowledge of the man would no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Hadouken! To crush any semblance of justice in his trial.
Huh?
The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish.
My feet barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements. 2 months ago, I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
He burned him. He killed him.
The tragic incident following the trial 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. I want to know why he's admitting all this, but okay.
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's no inconvenience, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again?
That's right. An impostor hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of many sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell.
Yo, his cane isn't cracked anymore.
An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was one loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized this was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention.
So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbroker, eh?
Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give the name. Just hand over a ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in a pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Creighton? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is an extremely secure vault. Oh, yes. I'm a big bad boy.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now. That's when we first met you in Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who we were looking for?
From the trial, the pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And it was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved.
Inspector, you recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe it as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilden on the shelves in the forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside?
Yes, it slipped into my pocket with a deep sigh of relief. But then, something utterly unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop? Oh! Man, I'm dead!
A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
Huh?
Bang. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him, but unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winnie Banks on that wretched night.
Oh. Nobody would ever admit to this, by the way. But oh well, it's a video game.
Ah.
Earlier you called McGilden a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for a crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same.
Oh.
You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilden.
Oh. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at least last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. Also, I will now be escorted to the yard because I have done an illegal thing. Yes, I should be stripped of me credentials. Yep. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Oh.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. The jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett Dev's squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
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 Hadouken! Yes! You're free, Gina, you're free!
Oh, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, huh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winniebank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And in turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together the music box disc contained a message from Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud the learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to virgin blood! To demanding the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point... Isn't that...
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if it was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much of that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
Oh, what? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
Hmm.
Ruh-roh, Reggie. Ruh-roh as well.
Zoink, Scoob, it wasn't Morse code after all! My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGildy conspired to trade national secrets with our enemy, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade?
Yeah, me lord.
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina?
But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change yourself, how you are yourself.
Huh?
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
Oh.
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winniebank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty, mother trucker.
Yeah! Fireworks, yeah!
She pops her gun in the middle of the court.
That is all. Court is adjourned. Hadouken. Bitch. Get out of my courtroom. I got ladies. Yeah. They like my beard.
One final toast of virgin blood to you, Mini Ponise. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within the Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
Yeah, I don't tend to drink virgin blood.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
Oh, you know, I took this case for one simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nippolise, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand.
Huh? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
That is a story for another time. The next video game that I will be starring in with you. Well, you may ask. And one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer. Whether you like it or not in the next video game.
Huh? Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must.
First, you need to grow your testicles. Then you come to the big boy court with me, the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
Hadouken.
So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
Oh, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
God damn, it's a long stream. It's done.
It's over at last.
Ugh. But where's Iris disappeared to? Oh! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as old as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All me life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just 'cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone, and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina? I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. It's true, man. I agree with you, Ryunosuke. It's easy to be cynical and not trust anyone because bad things happen in your life, but sometimes you just have to try. Even if you get burned, right? Sometimes you just gotta try. Besides, you're a lawyer, dude. You're supposed to get him off not guilty. Christ almighty. You don't need to be that hard on yourself. Naruhodo. I think I may have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in. Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. I was a little shit and now I'm a winner. Yeah.
Well, I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks.
This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
Huh. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Pardon the interruption.
What the heck?
But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow?
That voice!
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant blabbing.
Mr. Sholmes.
Ah ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, you see?
I'd assumed you'd taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Oh.
I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip of my hat to you.
Oh, thank you.
Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Whilst you were having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood. I mean, I did get shot, bitch. What are you talking about? You're the petty thief. I got shot in the head. Okay, it was the buttocks. But still. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Perhaps not as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in this trial with a particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Yeah, she fought off against the Reaper of the Bailey, which means she's supposed to die, get cursed. I don't believe it. Nothing's gonna happen. Better not.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working winds up dead anyway, is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Oh. Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, him upstairs know what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have gotten the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves, like that bog trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs to make sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like McGilded of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
Ah. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina! Yes!
There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here?
I knew it.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. Ah, ha, ha, ha. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Oh, shit. I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently, all them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the bog trotter stuff without a lug? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offence, it's your job, innit?
I mean, he did commit perjury as well. I don't think so.
Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm going to do something for all of them like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for all of them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Bum 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 bum. Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage is right, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gated ones.
Right. Well, it looks like I'm off then.
Yeah, goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Oh, Odo?
Yeah?
Here's one for the road, bitch! Take this!
What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Lestrade.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo.
Aww.
Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Cute. Cute. That it? No? Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, quite the indomitable pig purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot I brought in a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is over to the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer the question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back to greater comfort.
Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm left and the sea is very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out to Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
Huh? But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made an arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge known to them. The man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? Let's go to London Victoria!
I've many times been to Victoria Station. Many times. Used to go to some shows pretty close to there, in fact. I don't know if it's still playing, but I've seen Wicked twice. It's only a couple of blocks from Victoria Station. Some of the places are more close to Piccadilly, but yeah, anyway, it's a cool musical. '18th of April, 5:32 a.m., Port of Dover. I've also been to Dover, which is pretty cool. There's like some military bases there that you can explore. Of course, we have to buy a ticket and stuff, but
Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Oh, there she is. Over there. Look, looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Hold it! Don't you chuck that. Miss Susato, wait. What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard you were sailing being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did the Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
Ah. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Aww. The book you were about to throw in the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that.
I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now.
So I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming that because of the people, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact.
What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Ira. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat Flap-O-Mat, so I put up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Bang. Ah! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yeah, if Gina were anywhere inside the shop, I realized it could be only behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to my mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat Flap-O-Mat to make the people in the door?
As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was the first importance, that point. Precisely when the people was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have been amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight met my eyes, made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if someone wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now?
Huh?
Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in that case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it would make any difference. It wouldn't.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even the police.
I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah.
You could have been disbarred if you had seen to having knowledge of knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato?
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Huh? What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using that people as a way to implicate Gina.
Huh?
And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been able to be acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Huh? Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Oh.
Well, we must all be thankful Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh? It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. So then we could have never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Huh? What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean anything to you?
Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it, but wherever I tried, the words didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh.
It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha panagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the messages says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will be ever more important in international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Miss Susato's face.
There's no doubt about this message written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi? Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is Ah Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gregson.
Gregson? Ah.
It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in secret government communications as well?
And the last name...
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange, so unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson.
Uh-oh.
What? Wilson? John H. Wilson, you mean? Daddy?
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contains Japanese Morse code, not to mention strange lists of disturbingly familiar names?
It would appear this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Runo come from?
Oh, well...
No, it's not very likely, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial UMA University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. He died. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yeah, it seems so.
I'll sail on the steamship first to port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato,
I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo!
please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Oh.
I'm gonna cry, bro.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah.
Oh yes, the Hound of Baskervilles.
We'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yeah, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but I've been being thrown together as we were in that case, somehow I felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-san's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Yeah.
Yashai.
Oh shit. Cutscene. Excuse my language. This is sad. I hope nothing bad happens.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures.
Let's
of
go.
Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking
Aww.
back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
This is awesome.
Neko!
Fate led me to
Yagai!
becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Spoiler. Volume 2.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Yosh.
Oh, look at him playing the violin.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
In the world. On my side.
Feels weird to listen to a voice actor voice the protagonist. I don't think they ever voiced Phoenix Wright in the other trilogy. I don't think they had any voice acting at all. What?
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over Special Express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we should never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. What? Huh? What? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Susato.
You'll love defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like that sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say...
Objection!
Objection! Let's go. Let's go. That was fun. What a good game. Don't want to skip this? Nah. Well, thanks everybody. That's the first game. Unless there's a teaser at the end here. Oh, there is. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over the world. Something was afoot, though. It transpired I'd ordered all of them myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve important cases. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance in by comparison. They are given backstories, okay.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Awesome. Awesome.
Witness your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do come on coincide on the ref stakes themselves.
Oh, well, I don't know. Son knows his father is an innocent man. Are you calling my son a liar?
Witness, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Having delivered a Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wakahai offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair.
Oh, he brought a kitten. Wakahai offspring. That's pretty funny.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison.
Yo, you're the villain of the next game, bro. I know it.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. The latest Rants magazine is out and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Humph. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur.
Why are you not in jail, bro? You conspired with a criminal.
Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bully stares every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business typed up, I'd say. Hoping the gossiping neighbors didn't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
My Rolly is back on the beach again.
All thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out the small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking for Londoners that drop off pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, Rolly. Make a baby with me. Okay, Pat. Any day now, please. Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Soames is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when they get into them.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yes, I renounce my upbringing and choose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please.
Get over here, bro. This ain't Ash we used to know.
We got in time here to plan a counterattack of Milton and Skokins Milgron, yes. The three Muskowitsits. Milk in the neighborhood for its wolf.
Muska wants it.
Yeah, bro. It was me, bro, and a little bird. Yeah, brother, it was you. You did it. You're the criminal. Yes.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Now, Oda-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish. The life will treat you well.
Cute. Aww.
It's Wagahai. Oh, he got his hate. Wagahai got his hate.
Oh man, that was so fun. Well, we still have one more of these games left to do, but that was the cutest thing I've ever goddamn seen. Oh, hey, buddy. We walking? It's the homie Kazuma. Is there anything else?
The Grace Ace Attorney Adventures, Finn.
I wonder if there's something I skipped. Probably. Oh well. That was pretty fantastic. I mean, that's as good as the first game. Maybe even better. It is better. Fleeting farewell. Yo, I gotta screenshot this shit. Yeah, I got it.
The Grace Attorney, Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Alright, so next time we go into Ace Attorney Resolve, I would imagine there's 5 more cases. Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks, Dawn and Coma and Mr. Krabs and Liam. I hope you guys have a great night. That game was great. The first game, Adventures, was so good. It was like remarkably good. I really, just to say before I end, I really like how they changed the investigation days so that you're doing like Sherlock Holmes work with him. It's just so much more interesting than wandering around these places. Like it's really good. This game's great. Great music, great characters. It's fun to do the voice acting. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, everyone. Bye bye.